For some reason, we see waiting for stream. All right, so it started on YouTube. Oh, I gotta select the source, stream machine. There we go. All right, so we should be good. Everyone can chat. Hearts are fine. All right, cool. All right. So, the part we left off on Saturday, we got the PHP exceptions made. Now we need to do similar for Elixir stuff. And here we see an example of an exception. Yeah, I probably want to look and see where this is getting used. And I want to look at some more of this stuff. Aha! So, I like this. Because we can just pass in the name of the thing to here. So we don't necessarily need to send the entire message every time. Let's shuffle this stuff over. And yeah, we're going to start defining these errors very similarly to what we had over in let's just check the PHP code. I'm going to comment all that out. Ooh, and hold on. There's one thing I think I wanted to try real quick. So, there's, what is it? Cursor.ai? Nope, that isn't it. So it's cursor.sh. I don't think that was the one. So VS Code AI extension. I thought there was a new one. Oh, and there's a Get Kraken article. Let's look at it. Oh, cool. I didn't know she wrote that post. So yeah, Copilot, tab 9, forgot about tab 9. IntelliCode. GitLens has some AI features. Yep. Beto. Mintlify, black box. Codium! I think that's the one I was thinking of. What's their pricing? Ah, so you only get the autocomplete. Yeah, you only get autocomplete if you're paying for the thing. Okay. Do we think it's worth installing? Let's double check. I think it was really Codium that I was looking for. Yeah. IntelliCode, tab 9. Let me double check tab 9. It is a solid looking website for sure. Oh, this one is not as solid of a website. Maybe it's because I'm zoomed in. Free for 90 days. It's a good way to test it out and see. Yeah, sure. All right. Which one do you think we try first? Codium or tab 9? And yeah, which one did you say was okay? Was that tab 9 or Codium that you were using? Tab 9 was better for you, or Codium was better for you? Oh, and hold on. Yeah, I just realized I had to pop out these chats because they are different URLs. Not a big fan of the fact that it's a whole different URL every time you start a new stream on YouTube or Twitter. I'd love to just like leave them. Alright, there we go. Okay, so you think tab 9 was better for you. Well, then that's easy. Oh, I gotta sign in. Better be easy. All right. What up, Scotty? Yeah, we'll give tab 9 a try. We might try Codium here at some point too. This is disconcerting though. Their getting started page is a 404. It's not a deal breaker for me, but interesting, right? I've seen worse. Yeah, I mean, I used Kodi for a bit. It actually did some decent auto-completion, but I now have ethical qualms with the company, so I refuse to use their product. Find that you end up leaning on them too much? Yeah, I can see that. And yeah, do we think it's, I think it's beverage time. Oh, you remember back when I made that tweet about, like, getting ghosted after 6 interviews? Like, 6 rounds of interviews? That was them. They did end up getting back to me after I had made that and after I had reached out to them for a follow-up and crickets for a bit. For a company that prides themselves on async communication, that wasn't very good async communication. Yeah, there's just a fundamental lack of respect. They did end up getting back to me after, like, a week after I sent a follow-up email, which was a week and a half or 2 weeks after the last interview. Right? Like, if they were still evaluating other people, they could have just simply said, like, hey, sorry to leave you hanging, but, you know, we're looking at some other people. We'll get back to you when we can. But there was nothing, not a single communication from them after 6 rounds until I got fed up. Yeah. I mean, I know some other people that have interviewed at companies, gone through that many rounds, and they simply received a, hey, we're going to get back to you. Right? We're still looking at other people kind of thing. I think that's hugely respectable. A big reason why I pulled the trigger on GitKraken is they were, like, really, really proactive about it. Right? Like, the recruiter for GitKraken, really good. All right, so all we kind of really need to do is start creating these errors. Because they, like, rubbed you the wrong way at one point. Just ghosted you? Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I'd never consort with that company again. Yeah, like that interview that Amata Chino went viral for. Right? Like, dude, there's people out there that think because they're the recruiter in a position of power, they can treat people poorly. That just ain't right. All right, so what we're going to do here, though, instead of exception, it's error. Had a Google call scheduled, sent in the Google Meet. They were late by 5 minutes and then showed up and said, yeah, you're not qualified, and dipped. And then months later, they were asking for interviews again. Yeah. Yeah, some of those companies, man, just don't treat you right. You could look at it as dodging a bullet, though. That is definitely a thing. Yeah, I bet. Hell yeah, Taco. You're getting in the way of their bonus. You were taking food out of their mouth. All right, so let's go look at some of the other messages. We'll wait on this one, sure. We don't need the AI on that. When we go look at the client here, yeah, the first exception we really want to do that with. Yeah. Taco Bandit stole your tacos. I mean, their name is accurate. What did you expect? This one, actually, hold on. Let's do this part. Hold up. Let me look at this number again real quick. 1,576 people signed up for the workshop. All right, so here's something I want to do. We're going to put this as a commented section. The workshop itself, probably not. I mean, it'll be live, right? So if you go register for the workshop, you know, that part will be live and all that. But no, I won't be streaming on this channel. I will probably practice the workshop a bit later today, though, because I need to practice it, etc. So you might get a sneak peek. Yeah, you could sign up for the workshop right now. There you go. And Owen, what do you mean by that one? The Zoom call. We're going to be hosting this through sessions. Maybe you're thinking of the highlight workshop, which I kind of got like roped into, but I'm okay with it. It was supposed to be just a video, a blog post, and that's it. I'm fine with it. I don't mind doing the workshop, because it's basically just the video content. Oh yeah, thank you. Ooh, would I want to get rid of Impel True? Alright, so we're not using feature ID yet. I'm okay with that squiggle for now. Ooh, tab 9 is giving us some decent like warnings and stuff, though. I like it. And what's up, Vibrant? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Oh, yeah, hold on. Let me grab this snippet for Taco Bandit. There we go. I'm doing well. Just hanging out. Okay, so we did that one. Now we do this one. And in fact, let me just do that everywhere. There we go. Ooh, display died? Oh, that sucks. right, so this one's invalid value, feature type error. Oh, that's not what I meant. Yeah, what kind of phone is it, Vibrant? Oh, and I'm already messing this up. An S8? That's a Samsung Galaxy, right? Okay, so you know what? I think I like the idea of these first two just being static for now. And maybe I'm... Oh, hold on. Yeah, we want to get rid of those because I messed that up. Yep, leftover return falses. So yeah, maybe the PHP isn't the right one to look at for these error messages. What about C#? Yeah, we're not really doing the interpolation there yet. Ah, okay. So invalid should feature value type. So that one does go back to this. That's the string. This is the part where we want to do that inspect. Ah, okay, perfect. So yeah, let me go back and look at this. So yeah, should feature type there. Looks fine. And that's really invalid should selective feature value type error. But we also want to inject that. think I'm overcomplicating this. We don't need the messages interpolated here. We'll just do it where we do them. Right, and that simplifies a lot of this logic now too. So, invalid value feature type error. You've wanted to upgrade for a bit, but the mobile market is odd with notches now. Interesting. So yeah, this ends up being a bit more boilerplatey than I was hoping, but eh. And yeah, this does really seem like a task that, like, you know, Copilot or ChatGPT or whatever could have actually done for us, right? Take all these existing PHP classes and turn them into Elixir error classes. Yeah, there you go, Vibrant. Exactly. So with the way we have the Elixir code written, some of this may not actually be necessary, right? Like all of these exceptions. All right, so because this is a bit dynamic, what we can do here right? Yeah, a bunch of these are actually going to be way simpler. So yeah, I think should and should custom, right? These can now throw. So I think we need that. Let me double check the pattern for Elixir. Function or macro where failure cases raise an exception. So then there's the trailing question mark, And yeah, we have other functions that can throw as well. Yeah, all right, so that's a bit better. All right, so should custom here. All right, if we're not within schedule, we just bail out. From there, feature value. Here we do the hashing. None of these should ever be a problem, right? Because they're not something the caller would make a mistake on. And oh, I missed a follow. Thank you, Inquisitor. Appreciate the follow. So we don't really need to check if this is feature type selective. It's just simply raise. Do we get auto completion there? We do. Oh, cool. Invalid should feature type. Let me look at their conventions here again. Raise my app error. Oh, we just do that. Okay, so then right, we just changed the name of the functions in this message. Try value. Right, so that's basically what we're doing there. And then here we just have this other one, which would be invalid value feature type. Hey. Lumina Blaze. That's your arch nemesis. So yeah, what's up? How's the migration going? Right? I bet you're like really starting to pick up steam after like the initial like, you know, figuring stuff out. Yeah, how you doing today? Thank you. I might as well shout this out while everyone's here too. I am doing a workshop on GitLens tomorrow. If you want to learn how to use GitLens in VS Code better, might be worth checking out. Yeah, it'll be over on Sessions, not here on stream, but we've got 1,600 people-ish, like, registered, like 1,500 something, like, getting close to 1,600. If it's something you seem a little interested in, maybe check it out. Totally up to you. You know, no stress. But yeah, I'll just be working through onboarding onto a new project and trying to figure out who's done what and where I might look in the code base for certain files. And yeah, I think it could be kind of, you know, it could be kind of fun. We'll see. And if anyone out there uses GitKraken or GitLens, I would be stoked to, you know, like hear some feedback if you have any. Stuff that could work better, stuff that's maybe not as easy to understand at first. Yeah, I really doubt all of them will show up. But at least they registered. Ooh, you're gonna go eat? Hold up, before you go, what type of food are you eating? This is a foodie stream in disguise. I've got a scheduled tweet with some amazing tacos that I made yesterday. Fish and stir fry? Ooh, that sounds great. Yeah, I'm going to brag about it to everyone else yet. So yeah, hold on. If I go here, drafts. Yeah, you heard tacos. Look at these. It will be recorded. Yep. Yeah, we'll end up getting it onto YouTube. They were pretty good. I've just started like learning to make these like last year, and it's easily one of my favorite meals now. You want some right now and you still got 2 hours of work. Well, that's a shame. Be a whole lot cooler if you didn't. All right. Twitch app sucks. Ooh, yeah, that's a bummer. Sorry, iPlay. But yeah, man. Just delicious. I'm really happy about this meal. You know when you like find a new meal and you're really stoked on it? That's one of them. Corn tortilla for flour? Yeah, that's less like, you know, traditional street style taco. If that's the way you like it, go for it. But yeah, no, I like the traditional. But yeah, so for everyone joining, the thing that we're working on right now is we have this feature flag tool. With a bit of char. Ooh, see, I don't do that. I just do it wrapped in foil and I throw it in the oven. But yeah, so Vexilla is a static file-based feature flag tool. Right? Static files are extremely scalable and cheap. So that's the main reason. And we have SDKs for 10 languages so far. Elixir is one of them, and we just want to make sure that we're raising errors that make sense. Now, luckily, and, oh, maybe not. Oh, hold on. Yeah. There we go. Luckily, Elixir is very, like, loosey-goosey. So we don't have too much to, like, fix and, like, throw exceptions for. So actually, we created this one and this one, and then that's all the exceptions we ended up needing. So yeah, we may add more in the future, but I think for now, we've got a decent set of errors that we can throw as exceptions here in our Elixir client. Is it perfect? No, but better than nothing. We then need to go in and make sure that we're running some tests here, because should is no longer should. It is should with an exclamation. We are syncing flags there. There might be a place that we're getting flags. Nope. Looks pretty good to me. So yeah, I'm going to say the Elixir code is good enough. Could be better. Could be worse. Oh, hold on. I actually wanted to do one other thing real quick. So let's restore those. Yeah, we had a PHP bug to fix. Oh, I did fix clients instead of feat clients. All right, so we push that up. So the next step is we had people who were enthusiastically trying to do the Go code. Oh, actually, I liked that article. Close those. So yeah, the Go code and the Swift code. So if we look at them, there's the specific issue for them to do it for the Swift. I don't think I have an issue for the Go, but I probably should. This is the person that was doing some work on the Go stuff. think they had some comments that I want to double check and read. Okay, so they opened up a new PR because the contributor license agreement was not working for them. If we look at maybe their previous PR, I think they had some comments. Ah, okay. Because they had done commits from 2 different machines, maybe. I thought they had another comment. So, implemented the errors in the client and added tests. All right, so let's go back to here. So when we see files changed, we see they created exceptions, exceptions test.go, and when we look at the client code, yes, okay. So yeah, those are the things they added. Let's look at where we're doing a bunch of like error F kind of stuff. So awesome. Comment. I think that's, hold on. So one thing I like to do for commit messages is to follow conventional comments. Not commit messages, sorry. These are nice because they allow you to like frame what you're doing here, whether it's blocking or non-blocking, right? Whether it's a suggestion or an issue, right? And basically the nice part about these is that you're able to like give a little more context. Like you may have some comments on something where you don't care if they change it, but you at least wanted to like get it out there that you were doing something, right? Sometimes you make a comment just for the sake of like letting people know that you're reviewing and making comments, not just rubber stamping it, right? So you can describe it as blocking or non-blocking. It can be a question. It can be praise, a nitpick, a suggestion, an issue, a to-do, right? You don't need to use all of these, and you'll probably not use all of them, but at least having a few that you fall back on gives a little more context into the comment you're making on someone's PR. The more context you can give it, whether it's a nitpick or a suggestion or an issue, it at least lets the person have a little more context of, well, how much should I care about this? Because it's real easy to get defensive when someone makes a comment on a PR. So small, trivial, but necessary change. When we see issue, so it's, yeah, suggestion. All right, so I'm going to do suggestion. Right? Boom. Add single comment. Nailed it. So then let's keep going. Let's look through it. New environment lookup error. Yeah, let's double check that. Right, takes in the group key and the environment key. Nice. Looks great. Awesome. Right, so it's either the return value and the error that we're throwing, right? So we still want to return a false, but we can also give them an error that gives them more context into what's going on. Yeah, I'm liking these. These look good. Well, I'm a little curious about this one. Why do we get the array there? So let's go look at feature type error. Okay. Yeah, that works for me. Yeah. Yeah, this looks great. Oh, that's awesome. I like it. Are there any Go people that would like to chime in on the issue here? Right? Like, let me know if you can actually make comments or not. But yeah, anyone who considers themselves a Go developer, how do you feel about the changes? And yeah, freaks, if you're out there, dude, yeah, good PR. Now, hold on. I do want to look something up. So they're doing format.sprintf. Would it actually want to be format.errorf? And what I think I'm going to do is, yeah, we pushed up the PR or the code that I have. I'm going to do a PR for what I just did. The Swift is going to be a separate PR. The Go is its own PR. So I think we're good here. All right, so we'll create that PR. I'm going to call it good. We may have some bugs. Actually, hold on. We'll let the tests run, just in case. And then, yeah, if those tests complete, then we're good to go. Ooh, let me do an edit. Swift and Go are being done in their own separate PRs. That might re-trigger these, but that's fine. Yep, totally did. I forget who was doing the Swift. Oh, I think they commented on the issue, right? No, they didn't yet. So I can't assign it to them yet. Oh, wait, no, that's not the right one. All right, so they haven't commented on this one yet either. Ooh, this one we can assign to Dirk. And yeah, so the ones that we modified in here, that was the C#, the PHP, and the Elixir. Oh, and the Kotlin. So we modified 4 of these SDKs. The Swift still passes because we didn't change anything there. The OCaml, I'm going to say, is probably fine because DL Mulroy would have preferred more explicit error types or results or whatever anyway. So I think we're good there. Ooh, test Basil fails, though. Ooh, test Elixir fails. Aha! So I messed something up in the C# code. Let me restart the extension host real quick. And yes, I do think I am missing a using. All right, so our namespace should be good. Oh. Nope, I think I know what it is. So hold on, not there. It's over here in the C#. So I gotta find where we're doing the hasher because I might have forgotten to tag that right. Now we see Vexilla hasher.hashString. that looks okay to me. So yeah, it's not the solution file. Oh. This is it. I didn't add exception here. That is totally it. All right, and then for the other one, I think because we depend on that, we should be good. We probably don't need that test. All right, we don't have a specific test for it. So I think we're good there. Yep. Okay. Cool. Ooh, global usings, though. Looks like we're good. All right, so that is one thing we want to do. All right, so we pushed that up. I don't think we're done yet, though. Let's double check the Elixir code. I don't think value string bad is a thing. So yeah, I think that test is no good. So we could expect it to throw. All right, so as we look at it, we got value integer, value float, value string, and those are the only ones we got. So string bad doesn't exist. Assert raise. Ah, there we go. So here in this test, where do we see the string bed stuff? So string bed, integer bed, float bed, we actually want those. Oh, and this is maybe where we want to throw a different exception. So is that the right way for this to work? If we go look at client and someone calls the value function, we actually just want it to be within or without schedule. So there's definitely some branching logic that we're not getting. And yeah, this is where we probably want to start automating and making sure our code coverage is hitting everything. I'm going to say I don't think we need it right now. We can focus on getting 1.0 released. But that should at least make those tests pass. And yeah, technically those tests were written by Ryan Winchester, but he wrote them based on an assumption that we had in the code already, and we changed those assumptions. So yeah, really appreciate the work he put in, but I think we wanted to change that up just a little bit. So now we go back, and instead closes number this one, number 37. All right, so we update the description there. That should trigger the tests to rebuild or rerun. They do. Perfect. That's going to take some time. We should be better off. Let me double check how the Go code was done while we're waiting. Ooh, and yeah, so because we are using basil, and is it the build file? Let me double check. All right, so we're over here. We don't have the Go code popped open yet. Oh, and it's not the build file. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So it's build.basil files. In the, what folders were those in? Internal and Vexilla folders. And what's up, Sab? How you doing? Oh, and it's actually just internal, in the internal folder. So yeah, thanks. This is a solid looking PR. I just noticed a couple things to fix whenever you have time, and then we'll give them time to like get to it whenever they got it. Hold on, I should have tagged him. At Dirk. And cool. So let's go look at our pull request that we made. Oh no, we still got a failure. What part's failing now? The elixir? Ah. Threshold not met. Ah, shit. Okay. So we need to get test coverage up for the elixir code. Oof. You could try Netlify. What type of site is it, by the way? If it's a static site, there's also render. But yeah, okay, so we need to get the test coverage up a little bit. That should be easy enough, but I do have to go pee. So let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, so still makes you chuckle. It should. That's the goal. I would say check out if it's truly, right, if it's truly static and you don't need any server-side functions or anything, you could check out render. And then Netlify is also a pretty good option too. Yeah, the only problem with render is they don't have the server-side function stuff. That's it. Right? Once they got that, they're like a really, really good competitor in my opinion. All right, so here in the elixir code. So we could do a types test. All right, so let's go look at some assertions we can do here. Assertion asserts its argument is a truthy value. Sure, that's easy enough. All right, so I don't think the enums need testing. Structs or typed structs can be instantiated. Sure. Schedule is equal to schedule what up, Bakba? How you doing? So start and end are integers. All right, so we can do time type, time zone, and then start time and end time. All right, so then from there, if we've done schedule, and hold on. Yeah, Elixir likes underscored values. So I should have probably done something to convert those. So assert group meta is then group meta. And version is a string. So assert environment is equal to right, so name and then environment ID. Features are an array. So yeah, we're gonna do this just to get the code coverage up, because it needs to be done anyway. Manifest group is equal to then we want name and group ID. All right, so yeah, tab 9's not amazing for this auto-completion yet, which I find interesting. We definitely got better results from Cody previously. The manifest, though, that actually looks pretty close to what they tried to generate. So then group and feature are the last ones. Ooh, they were close, actually. They're also missing features. And I probably want to do feature before we do group then. Ooh, and yeah, they did ID here. We actually want group ID. We didn't mess that up anywhere else, right? Yeah. Feature does not have an environments prop, though. All right, so real quick, we got 5 things, 5 things. Cool. So group we can call done. All right, so then here for feature, it's name, feature ID, feature type. Feature type. Is then easy enough. Feature type is toggle. Oh, and hold up. Time type none. Okay, yep, so that's fine. Then this is schedule type. Empty. All right, and then value here is true. Actually, I think we can just do that. All right, so we got test helper, types test. Let's try mix test locally. Nope. Following keys must also be given when building struct feature. So we did need seed. But we can make it nil. E connection refused, and that's because we don't have that server running, and that is fine to me. All right, so fix client make code coverage handle struct creation. All right, we are getting close. All right, that should kick that off, and I think we can pour another beverage now. I might want to do tacos again tonight. Just because I got that cilantro and onion that I don't want to go to waste. And I got to think about what I'm going to eat tonight. Yeah, we'll think about it. We can do another beverage, though. I think we paced ourselves fairly well. Are we taking bets? Do we think it'll blend? You had chicken fajitas last night? Nice. Yeah, I forget what's a fajita. I'll look it up here in a sec too. I don't actually know the difference. Any stripped grilled meat, optionally served with stripped peppers and onions, usually served on a flour or corn tortilla. Yeah, it's Tex-Mex. Okay, so that makes more sense to me. And I guess, like, the big thing is the peppers. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Of course it'll blend. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I bet it's good. Yeah, sauteed with the meat. Oh, okay, so that's a big part of it. More filling than a burrito? Sure. Ayo! We'll let the O-Camel finish, but we good. Let's look at the elixir test. Like, how far did that bump up our code coverage? There we go. So yeah, now we're at 94%. Probably want to start validating the error types. The scheduler and the client could use some bumping up. But 94% is not bad. That's not bad at all. Yeah, I'll take it. So that's also something I probably want to do in my project here. Over in tasking. It's for the SDKs. We add an item to the backlog. And that is basically... Yeah. Yeah, I've never had a fajita. Fajitas are typically when you go to a restaurant, they come out with like the sizzling skillet or whatever. Is that right? I know I've seen the sizzling skillet thing before and been like, ooh, that looks fancy. Okay. Yeah, like sending the sizzling skillet out with you seems like a presentational thing. You've never had them at a restaurant? Yeah, that makes sense. No worries. Where they say, this is hot. Yeah, exactly. They make good leftovers. Yeah, so, I mean, the Mexican food we would always have that my mom would make was like the old El Paso, like ground beef style tacos, which also make good leftovers. So, I mean, this is a fajita. In a restaurant, they'll typically bring it out on one of these plates. Honestly, it's not terrible, right? It's not authentic, but it's pretty delicious and it's great for leftovers. Green enchiladas for Cinco de Mayo? I'm making margaritas, but to each their own. That too. There you go. But yeah, I tend to prefer like really authentic Mexican style Mexican food, not necessarily Tex-Mex. I'm not a Tex-Mex fan, but there's definitely some good stuff. So, I can't disregard all of it. I had a pretty solid steak. I forget what they called it at the place I went to in Scottsdale when I was down there. Yeah, tequila and Mexican food. Yeah, I'll be doing tacos again on Sunday, so that's why I'm hesitating on whether I want to like burn myself out on them. It's easy enough to just waste half of an onion and half a bunch of cilantro. So I'm not worried about that. Okay. Yeah, enchiladas are traditional. I don't typically eat enchiladas, but it was something my family really enjoyed. What's the difference? Isn't it just the sauce that you put on it? Right? The salsa verde? Which just means green sauce. Right. Yeah. I'm not saying the enchiladas my family made were authentic, but they were something that they all liked to eat. Yeah, I don't know. There was just something like too mushy about them to me. I like a bit of crunch in my food. Most of the time. Depending on what I'm eating, I guess. It's why if I was doing my ramen at home properly, I'd totally have sprouts in there. Alright, because they add a bit of like crunch. Where you're at, they do whatever and call it an enchilada? Enchiladas are just Mexican lasagna. You'll never look at them the same again. Interesting. Yeah, that doesn't look to me like an enchilada. That looks like a burrito. But I guess maybe it's a corn tortilla instead of flour. That looks like flour to me, too. It is a corn tortilla. Okay. Oh, interesting, Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, the way I've always seen it done is you wrap them and do that, and then you put it in like a, like a Pyrex like hotel pan basically, and then you drown it in like the cheese and sauce, and that's why I thought Mexican lasagna at that point. That's the Tex-Mex way? Okay. I mean, it makes sense. My dad grew up in Texas. He grew up in Texas and Albuquerque, New Mexico. So, yeah, he's going to be a fan of Tex-Mex style food, especially like nostalgia based. So that makes sense to me. I get it. And I don't even go fully authentic when I eat tacos, right? When I eat street tacos, I typically have tortilla chips that I crunch up on top to get some of that crunch. I don't know what it is. Like, texture is a big part of eating to me. That's why there are some foods that I just don't eat, because the texture is off. Or not what I like, I guess. You know, not off, but yeah. But okay, so let's double check our PR. Did the O-Camel finish? The O-Camel finished. Damn right it did. All right, so we're going to squash and merge. Feet, clients, yeah, hold on, let me look. Oh, okay. Yeah, right. They still got the, what do they call this cheese? Queso Blanco? Just white cheese? Cotija, that's the word. Yeah. There you go. It looks pretty good. I don't like the cotija being overdone, though. Personally. Traditionally, it's steamed potato or carrots and nopales. What is nopales? Pickled cactus. All right, so I've definitely never had that before. Interesting. Yeah, I've definitely never had that. I have eaten cactus before, but it was for an entirely different purpose. And also, it wasn't strong enough and it just gave me indigestion. Gas for days. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it was, like, technically ayahuasca. It was, like, something that was meant to do a similar effect, though. But I think instead it's something where you gotta, like, reduce it down instead of just eating it raw. No, so peyote is a fungus. Yeah, peyote is a very specific looking fungus. Ayahuasca is from cactus, though. Never had peyote myself, but someone told me the ayahuasca or whatever it was would do the same Thanks for the support. I mean, I'll take the $2.50. Thank you. There is a fungus among us. Peyote is a cactus, though? Are you sure? Oh, you're right. It is a cactus. For some reason, I thought it was fungus, but no, this is not what I ate. Ayahuasca is a vine? No, okay, yeah, you guys are right. There's definitely some other cactus type. So there's peyote. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Okay, so technically it looks like peyote refers to any one of these types of cactus. I thought it was a very specific version, which it looks like it is, but then there's other peyotes that are different. So yeah, right? The globular cactus. For some reason, I thought this was a fungus. So yeah, I'm sorry. I was wrong. But yeah, like, what I ate was like a columnar cactus. Yeah, I think it was San Pedro. Yeah, I think it was actually literally San Pedro, because that name sounds really familiar to me. You're supposed to, like, boil it down or something, though. Oh. From Peru. So yeah, it wasn't ayahuasca. You're right, Morgal. I was wrong. Sorry. My bad. So yeah, San Pedro is the one that we had had. And yeah, I think you're really supposed to, like, boil it down rather than just eating it. Lesson learned. Worst gas I ever had in my life. Maybe not the worst, but it was up there. We did, Apu. Yeah, for sure. Oh, no. You're good, Morgal. No, you're right, though. Yeah. Thank you for correcting me. No, that was good. Yeah, I was incorrect. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. Yeah, man. No. Yeah, no stress. No harm, no foul. I was wrong. I was spreading bad information. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's like the tone in which you do it. So a big part of why the ayahuasca retreats end up killing people is because they also dehydrate you when you do it. Right? They get you in one of those, like, tents where you're, like, sweating your ass off. Right? So it's not like the ayahuasca killed people. It's people being crazy about making you sweat it out and blah, blah, blah. I haven't either. Like I said, San Pedro and then mushrooms. That's all I've ever done. I think I tried some bad acid at one point, too. Didn't have enough for it to be like a bad trip, but it wasn't, like, great. It did trigger, like, the waviness kind of effect, but not even as good as, like a solid mushroom trip. Proper LSD is good acid. Bad acid is rat poison. Yeah, so I never really had that as much there, Pepper. But like if you're sitting on a couch with like intricate patterns, those are gonna like swirl and do awesomeness. The thing that actually always got me, and I haven't done it for like over a decade now, was basically like your perspective changes, right? So if you've ever done photography and you've kind of looked at like how different lenses, like, you know, you could be at the same like ish distance. Well, it's not distance wise, but like if you frame the thing the same way with a different lens, right? Different focal length lens, you'll actually see like the legs closer or farther apart kind of stuff. It's also similar to like when you do like portraiture. If you do it really close with like a small millimeter lens, you're gonna get like more of like the big middle of your face kind of effect. Whereas, hold on, let's just find it. Lens focal length comparison. Right? No, I don't want a YouTube video. All right, here we go, right? So here at 17 millimeters, that's a fisheye right up by your face, but you're going for the same like basic size. At 50 millimeters, that's a really solid like portraiture lens. And then at 100 millimeters, you're gonna get like way more of like the side of someone's face because like, you know, you're like farther back to get the same like framing. So yeah, basically, that is what mushrooms did to me. They gave me just like a different focal length to where things seemed either wider or farther apart kind of stuff. That was like the biggest thing I remember. Also, like the waviness, like, you know, if you've ever seen the movie What Dreams May Come, when he's inside of the painting, that effect I've totally like experienced as well. I used to have a bot for that. I totally used to have a bot for that. So here's the thing, Sab, and that's actually a Bill Hicks quote. I want to see some good drug stories on the news, right? Why is it always like, today a young man on acid jumped from a 4-story building thinking he could fly? What an asshole. If he could fly, why didn't he take off from the ground up? Instead, I want to hear a good drug story on the news. Today, a young man on acid realized we're all merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We're the imagination of ourselves, and there's no such thing as pain. Here's Tom with the weather. Yeah, that's news I would watch. Yeah, exactly, Apu. Exactly. That'd be great. That'd be some fantastic news. I'd watch that all day. Possibly because I'm also glued to the couch. Yeah, he has a bunch of like good drug stories. One time, me and my friends took some acid and went out driving, and we were in one of those cars where, you know, it like talks to you, right? So it was, you know, one of our friend's dad's car, like, you know, and then all of a sudden the door's open, the door is ajar. We sat there on the side of the road thinking about that for an hour. What's a jar doing on a car, man? Eventually, we see some cop lights behind us. We thought we made it to another club. Hey, party, man. We saw the cop in the mirror. How tall are you? Whoa, man, your face is melting. Quick, put it in the jar. Yeah, Bill Hicks is my favorite comedian ever. If you've ever listened to Tool albums, there's a couple songs in which they quote or like use audio clips of Bill Hicks, such as, right, the right? The drug one, the news story one I just told you. No, Bill Hicks is a comedian. So, yeah, Tool has an album, Enema, in which the intro to Third Eye has, I think, 2 clips from Bill Hicks, actually. One is the news story one, and the other is, hey, so, you know, if you're against drugs, you don't like drugs and what they do to people, you know, you think they're bad for society, I want you to go home and take every CD, every album, all that music, or, you know, every CD, every album, and burn them. Because all the musicians that made that music that's enriched your lives throughout the years, real fucking high on drugs. And then the bit keeps going, and it's like, he goes into, and yeah, you know those musicians that speak out against drugs? Like, oh, we're rock against drugs. Boy, they suck. Ballless, soulless, opinionless, just assholes making the worst music you've ever heard. Hi, we're Wham! And we don't do drugs, drink Coke. And then he gets really dark with it, you know. Bill Hicks was one of the original, like, angry comedians. So him and Sam Kinison were the originals. Yeah, you think you found it? There you go. Yeah, he's got a couple really good specials. But he does have some bits that are a little like, ugh. Right? We used to listen to those here on stream before I did the YouTube parts. But yeah, you know, angry comedian, Bill Hicks and Sam Kinison were like the prototype. And then Dennis Leary was like, oh, I could rip that off. And then he did it. So yeah, Dennis Leary, there's not a single original bone in his body. And at this point, with all the plastic surgery, that might be true. Like, literally as well. All right, so we did some good work so far. We still got some time. What should we do next? We got some tasks. Let's look at the issues and the things that we have in our backlog. All sorts of stuff. Ooh, Space Case. Did you ever get a chance to try this one again? Right? The TypeScript unable to compile? That's fine. Like, no rush. That's okay. I could probably test it right now. Yeah, let me try and test it right now. But this should be resolved now that we have done the exception result PR. Close with comment. You had issues with a newer PNPM? Well... okay. And I would say feel free to create issues for any of this stuff. Data Science, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so we do a PNPM install. Our post install should run automatically. I probably need to update PNPM, but that'll be a separate test real quick. And that's totally fine, Space Case, right? Like, I'm not paying you. Don't treat this like a job. Okay, so I just did an install of all this. That looks all right to me. So what was the next step that was failing for you? Let me look at what your report is. So then you did a PNPM compile, right? Is that what I'm seeing? All right, so compile isn't there. So this is within the JavaScript setup then, right? So then here, I think we want to do a PNPM build. Bam! We just sit hit 1,600 people for the workshop tomorrow. And then real quick, let me just show you. If you want to sign up for it, feel free. I think it'd be a whole lot cooler if you did, but no stress. Keep in mind, that's 1,600 people signed up. Who knows if that's actually going to do it. I did a PNPM build from the top level because I think first and foremost, you need to build out the types. You need to build out the forms, etc. And you ran into PNPM build not working from the top level because the forms didn't build, because there was a missing env file. So now, if I go to the client for JS, then I should be able to do a compile and it should work. So yeah, top level build is necessary first, because that constructs the types in the way that we can do it. So it's 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. I think it should be set up for the time zone that you're at. But it should also, like, say. But I could be wrong. I haven't looked for a sec. Let me double check. So for me, it says April 30th, 10 a.m. Right? That's Pacific time. That is specifically Pacific time. All right, so our build ended up working. And what up, Dan? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Let me double check this. Okay, we got time. And then CD clients. PNPM compile. Yeah, you wanted to make sure, knowing that I am specifically Pacific. Oh, all right, so we get that error, and that's a slightly different one. Okay, so those are separate. Almost fully back on your feet again from the wreck, right? Like from your bicycle fall, right? Like the cracked femur. Cool. Just double checking, making sure I remembered right. Yeah, glad you're feeling better, man. All right, so we can close the elixir for now. Wait, what settings.json file did we modify? We're gonna say don't save. All right, so the places that we're failing. We got generate gradual UUID, generate seed for UUID. Oh, and it's just hash string. All right, and then here in test client, this is ID. Boom. And I wonder, instead of custom instance ID, is it just instance ID? It probably is, but we don't want to fix that too much yet. So then if I do a pnpm compile, are we good to go? All right, so we fixed that. So I think we're good. We remove all the node modules. The hasher error looks familiar. Yeah, so I think we're probably good there. It was not related to the error that you reported, but if it looks familiar, then yeah, that's probably a big part of it. I think you dealt with a bunch of errors in the process, so yeah, that's on me. Has a lot of node modules being deleted. And then, yeah, let's update our pnpm. PNPM add dash G PNPM. And hey, Stitches, thank you for the follow. And Mohammed, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, exactly. Fuck yeah, Pooh. Good job, man. I'll pour a whiskey for that. Okay, so I was going to pour it anyway. Whatever. We're going to make it a special one. I'm going to throw a lemonade mix in it. I definitely can't allow myself the calories to do it with every beverage. But I can do it with this one. This one's special. Well, what is that? What is that icon? I've never seen that icon before. 2020 Celebrate. Are those fireworks then? So you've been on Twitch for a while, huh? Nope. All right, so I'm canceling this. That all seems wrong. So wait, when did you start watching Twitch? Don't worry, I can look. Okay. Yeah, you've been around. I mean, it says your account's a few years old, but maybe you started watching like programming on Twitch just this year? I mean, if I look, it does say account created 2020. You know, maybe you did it just for one thing and then forgot you had it. Just throwing it out there, like, I don't know, no big deal. There you go. You should, like, can you not click your own name in chat here? I can look for you, though. So Dan is bored. Account created November 30th, 2018. Following since 2 days after my birthday, 2022. And I always laugh at your profile image. Dude, your profile image is so weird. In a good way. Yeah, Sab, I know you're into the cat like photos and images. Check out Dan Isboard's image. It's really good. Yeah, you should be able to see that by clicking your own name. Oh, you have that sticker on WhatsApp? Nice. All right. Okay. This is looking better already. That is a lot of packages being added. Yep. You're not wrong. Honestly, yeah, like pretty solid. Kind of amazing. Yeah, I'm kind of like, I'm hooked. I'm a Mac Mini customer for life. I just wish I was like famous enough to like get a free Mac Studio or something. I definitely am not. What about one of those like resellers? Right? Instead of like going through Apple directly, what's like the place that does like refurbished Apple stuff? Maybe getting sponsored by them could be a thing. It was expensive when it came out, but I haven't upgraded it. Like, my gaming PC is about as old as my Mac Mini, actually. My gaming PC is about as old as my Mac Mini. It's got a 1080 in it. And that means it's able to play pretty much every game still. It doesn't play most games at like 4K, but I'm not playing at 4K, so we're good. If you do exclamation point song, you got it. It's about to end. Still the same playlist, so yeah. You'll at least get the timestamp. All right, so PNPM install worked for me just fine. Huh. It's possible. Yeah, I don't know, Space Case. I'm not sure yet. All right, and you said you're on version 9. It's also possible that with how aggressively it like caches packages, I'm stuck dealing with a cached package that makes it harder to know. Ugh, alright. I'm over it. Never mind. I give up. Why does it need that access for a public package or a public repo, right? Why can't it just fetch the repo? That could be a big part of it too. My Mac Mini is, I think it's on Sonora or whatever. The one that starts with an S. It's definitely not on Ventura or anything newer than Sonora. It might still be on Big Sur. It shouldn't be, though. It's possible. Yeah, the version of Mac OS could be part of it. The problem is that I refuse to install Vexilla on my work machine because I want to maintain at least a clean, like, separation of those things. Sonoma, not Sonora. Yeah. Oh, okay, so you're stuck on a version that can't update to the latest and greatest either. Ventura. Yes, Satan? Sorry, yeah, that's an Ace Ventura quote. I forget the name of the landlord in that movie. Oh, Mr. Blah, blah, blah. I thought you were someone else. No, way too risky. I definitely will not do that. Nope, not gonna happen. Wouldn't be prudent. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Read my lips. No new taxes. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. I like how I'm doing a reference to Dana Carvey's version of George Bush Sr. I like doing a reference to the reference. Those are more fun anyway. Yeah, exactly. No, and I'm at about the point where I could justify spending some money on a new Mac Mini. The moment I do that, I'm going to want a new MacBook, though. I don't need a new MacBook, but I'm going to want one. And then once I upgrade all that stuff, I'm going to want a new gaming PC. Right? It's a slippery slope. I know, right? Yeah. But the 5000 series is coming out soon for NVIDIA cards, right? Wink. Hold on. Double wink. Here's the thing. With the value I've gotten from my gaming PC and my Mac Mini, I'd happily justify an upgrade to those things. Especially because they would really help my day-to-day. Right? New gaming PC is also a new editing machine for, like, video editing. The fact that it's still hanging out and, like, handling 6K video, though, is insane. Yeah, these machines are killing it. No, I only do work editing on my work machine. I don't have the hard drive space on any machine to, like, share editing systems, you know? Just buy the beast I want? Oh, you mean like a 5K, like $5,000 Mac Studio? And then probably like another like $3,000 or $4,000 gaming PC? Yeah, totally. That would just wipe out my bank account. Granted, if I sold stocks and crypto, I'd have more money, but I also maybe just want to like buy a house at some point. Get my mortgage down to $1,000 a month, and then I'd be able to save up way more money way quicker. Now, granted, the house would be a mobile home. But probably worth it. If I'm always home anyway, who cares? It'd be nice to have a roommate. But then, with a roommate, I'd have to get a bigger mobile home. So yeah, that's even worse. So yeah, anyway, let's keep going with what we got. I think we're good. I want to say with those fixes I just pushed up, you should be all right there, Space Case, next time you try. But I'll let you close that issue. Well, I guess PNPM test and PNPM test scheduling. So errors related to hasher. You shouted those out, actually. So those are fixed now. And again, Space Case, no stress, no rush. Don't feel obligated whatsoever. So yeah, we'll wait to close that. I'd say we're at a pretty good point, right? The 1.0 releases could be done. There may need to be like 1.0.1.2.3 to like get documentation up to date, etc. But I want to get those packages published up here soon. That'll be something I really focus on here sometime this week. So then, if we look at issues, right, we got these two, right? The Go one is really close. For some reason, I'm forgetting who it was that took on the Swift part. Ooh, is there anyone that wants to get involved and make something here, right, for the project, where maybe you just create like an issue template using like, you know, another template as inspiration? That could be cool. If there's anyone that feels like they want to take this on, feel free to add a comment. And if not, no stress. Yeah, get a good walk in. For sure, Seb. Yeah, see you again soon. Yeah, getting a good walk in is so worth it. I didn't get one today. I'm going to have to like force myself to do one tomorrow. Yep. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking next. We're going to do a quick pivot. Yeah, an issue template for GitHub. Yep. And this is mainly like, do you want to have some open source stuff on your profile? Right? Do you want to be an open source contributor? There's an easy way to get involved. I think there's more than one way to get involved. And I can start, like, you know, trying to farm out more tasks if anyone wants to take them in general. But really, like, do you want to be immortalized on our homepage? Right? Do you want your face seen among these giants? I'm just kidding. I'm not a giant. I'm 5'5", 5'6". I'm not that tall. When I put it that way. But yeah, do you want immortal glory on the homepage of Vexilla? It's 1 PR away. But I think, for now, I probably want to do a quick pivot, and I want to practice my workshop stuff for tomorrow. So yes, even if you're going to be at the workshop tomorrow, or sorry, let me put it this way. Even though you're here and you were planning on being at the workshop, don't consider what you're getting here as totally being the workshop. This is me practicing for the workshop. But I do need to do something with it. I actually need to grab an SSH key, or not an SSH key, an API key for some stuff that will be part of that process. So we'll do that real quick. And yeah, no worries, Space Case. Thank you for the lurk. Yeah, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Let me do this. Swing, swing. And let me go to openai.com. Let me sign up over there. Maybe. Here we are in the AI or API. Create new secret key. This is personal Mac Mini. Full access. We copy. Making copies. I think we can close that tab. We can close this window. Wait, is GitLens not enabled? Oh, I bet I got updates. You're gonna go to sleep too? Yeah, no worries, Dan. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, so we're gonna do some rough draft playthroughs of what we're doing as changes to VS Code GitLens. I need the practice. Easy onboarding into a new project or repo at work or whatever, right? So you'll kind of get the gist as I'm doing it. But yeah, this is time for me to practice. And yeah, Melise, are you out there lurking? Do you watch the stream? I get it if you don't. Like, yeah. If you're not a developer, you probably wouldn't watch this stream that much. This is very developer focused. I've got a coworker who's really cool though, and I need to start checking out his YouTube channel too. He does like a bunch of like what is it? Like the GTA RP kind of stuff. I guess he plays a cop. He even dresses up in like a cop outfit when he does so, which would be cool. But I need to set my GitLens AI key. Reset stored AI key. That was it. Bueller. Bueller. Oh, I see. OPAM is screwing me here. GTA RP is so fun. Guilty watcher. I mean, I should probably figure out a part of, like, a way to do that, too. Like, it'd be fun to do some scripting for it at some point. And I think that's just Lua, isn't it? Oh, I see. Hold on. I think I just need to... All right, let me just try this real quick. Generate commit message, experimental. We do that. Incorrect key provided. Well, why won't it let me reset that key? Yeah, sorry for the delay here. I'm trying to figure out why my settings won't let me reset this. Ah, there it is. Okay. Okay, cool. Let me just copy and paste something random. That way I don't accidentally paste it myself. Let me close this window, and then we're good. We gotta close that file because it'll show it. We can close settings here, and yes, we were able to generate a commit message. What I want to do now is delete all of that. Unstage that change, and cool. All right, so first thing, I need to go use the restroom. And wait, for the most part, yes. Wait, what part? Yes. Sorry. I lost the context. I don't even know the timestamp for that. 5:53. That was a couple minutes ago. What was yes? But let me go pee. I'll be right back. And then we're going to do the practice run through doing this thing. So, BRB. One sec. Alrighty, I'm back. I'm back. I'm gonna pour another beverage. This is probably the last one I should have. Oh, you meant writing scripts for GTA 5 with something like the Lua plugin for ScriptHook 5. Oh, okay. So is the Lua like a higher level? So if you wanted to do something truly custom, you'd have to like dip down to like C++ or something? I don't know. I know nothing about GTA. Right? Like, I don't know. What I was thinking is, like, how much fun would it be to operate as a truck driver in the game? And as a truck driver, you're not always sure what you're transporting. Sometimes it's fully legitimate, sometimes it's not. So I might do some voice like this. I'm just a simple trucker doing simple trucker things, you know, just transporting my goods. Right? Do something like that. I think that'd be fun. Hopefully we don't get pulled over by no cops. I gotta make sure I'm going the speed limit and signaling when I change lanes and all that stuff. Hopefully I don't run over no pedestrians. Yeah, I think that'd be super fun. Is there like a trucker extension or mod or whatever for it? C# is supported, and for the more cool stuff, it's C++. Okay. Yeah, the main gist is like, you know, I need to drive my rig without the trailer to the place where I pick up the trailer. I would need a trailer filled with some goods. And then, you know, we'd have to figure out a way to get into that trailer to see if the goods are legitimate or not. All the while making sure we don't run over pedestrians. I don't know, I feel like that'd be a fun one. Because, like, we see the cop one so much. I'd love to do, like, just a different take on it. I think that'd be kind of cool. I beg your pardon, officer. I don't know what haul I'm carrying. All I know is that I was told I should not get pulled over. That's the way it works, even if I'm legitimate. Getting pulled over means that I'm not actually delivering on schedule. And then there'd have to be like timers and stuff like that. I think that would be good. So yeah, I'd probably have to dig into C# to make that really happen, huh? But yeah, you guys like the voice? Mary Joanna? I don't know nothing about that there, officer. The number of times you saw Rust Analyzer fail. So, OVCT, the big reason why Rust Analyzer is failing is because we are not at the root of a Rust project. Rust Analyzer really does expect to be run at like the root of a project. And at the root of what we're doing, it's actually a JavaScript project. The only Rust code is nested deep inside of the clients folder for like the Rust client. So at that point, like if I opened up the Rust client directly, Rust Analyzer would be fine. And yeah, that's one of the websites I want to make here at some point. Hire Chris as a voice actor website. Oh, Nicola. I didn't know about that one. Okay. I just know out of the box it doesn't. Yeah, no, that's cool, actually. That's really good. I didn't know that. For the most part, I've just opened up the folder itself. Yeah, out of the box it's broken, but with a little config, I'd be done. All right. I did not know that. Thank you. You link over 50 projects like that. No, I get it. That's awesome, man. I had no idea. Thank you. Learn something new every day. Yeah, before we get to like the trucker roleplay extension for GTA 5, I probably want to make the hey, I can be a voice actor for your game project kind of thing. And we'd have that voice? Oh yeah. Oh, this voice is good. I like doing this voice. It's pretty fun. Right? We can do like the creepy old man voice, like, well, yes, we can totally do that. Oh no, I'm not shipping anything in this truck. I'm making drugs. Right? You know, I just want to do something with like just a bunch of the voices I do. That way, when I tell people like Lana or other game devs, like, I'll totally do voice acting for you, they can actually see what I mean, because they might not be aware that I like doing voices. Yeah, exactly. I know I've like told Lana and a couple other game devs that I'll happily do free voice acting for them just to like build up my resume. Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think they took me seriously. I probably need to get like a better microphone too. Get one of the, you know, the expensive like Shure SM7B or whatever. Get it right up like close so it gets like the nuance of the voice better. Because I have heard that's one of the big things as like being a voice actor in this day and age. You're not going out to someone's sound studio. You're recording that at home, doing your own editing and like equalizing, and then you just send it off. So yeah, I'd have to like really work on that pipeline. My actual dream would be to work on a project with Alan Tudyk at some point. That'd be really cool. He's had a voice in every single Disney animation film for like the past 10 years. Because he's just that good. All right. So, we got what we're doing. I think to set this up right, I need to get this going. I don't think I actually have an account yet. No, I don't want the full experience. No. No, I don't want Atlas. What the fuck? Sorry, I missed some Discord messages. Those are hilarious. Do as I want, not as you're programmed. Come on. How do I opt out of Atlas? Give feedback. Fuck you. Like, dude. I don't want this. Yeah, that's a lot of users. I feel like they're leaving money on the table. Yeah, it looks way too good to be true. Yeah, well, hold on. PM Walls, it's not just engineers. It's also product and project managers. It's QA. It's anyone that wants to look at the, the velocity. At that point, you could probably eat up 35,000 seats pretty quick. How many companies have 35,000 employees? Like, dude, what the fuck? They're really selecting for the enterprise of enterprise. What does the trial for Jira look like? They wouldn't even let me get to the trial for Jira unless I opted into Atlas. Ah, see, this looks a little bit more like what we were thinking. Okay. Yeah, we're going full agile. You never go full agile. Who here signed me up for a coin tracker account? I've never even fucking heard of coin tracker. Who here tried to sign me up for coin tracker? Yeah, no, I'm not clicking that fucking link. Duh. That is the problem with being out here in public every day. Right? People try and pull some shenanigans. But anyway, so yeah. We're going to do the Scrum Jira template. Why not? Fuck it, who cares? What's the name of our project? VS Code or GitLens Workshop? Sure. No, I'm not connecting shit. Yeah, I'm very familiar. Am I, though? I'm not. The key is GLW, GitLens Workshop. Save. Yeah, no worries, Four Wheel. Have a good one. Damn, I got a bunch of shit in my focus view, don't I? I just realized I forgot to upload the new versions of Stethoscope. So we're going to have to do Stethoscope here soon. Right? And I'm thinking even like migrate to Plasmo just for shits and giggles. Even though, yeah, Safari and Brave are meh. All right, so the auto links are a big part of what we need to like showcase for the workshop. So that's why I had to like focus on making this shit happen. All right. So yeah, let's go look at it. again, when we go to the project itself, get out of here, quick start. No! No! Right? If you don't give me a good way of opting out of your, like, wizard or whatever immediately, I really don't want to use your product. Now, granted, I have a wizard in Stream Parrot, but it is so easy to opt out. You click no once, and it's gone forever, and then you can, like, opt into it again via the question mark in the bottom corner. Hey, nice and easy. You should make it as easy as possible to get out of a wizard or, like, a tour or whatever kind of thing, but you should also make it as easy as possible to get back into it as well. Single click, maybe 2 clicks kind of shit. Allow another AI provider to be used. Sure. GLW1. Description is, if I could edit it, there we go. Currently unspecified. Provider for AI code stuff in GitLens. Cool. Bam! So we got it. Another thing we need to do, and hold on, I was forgetting that part, but we need to do it for GitLens itself. We're in VS Code GitLens. Welcome Workshop banner. We got that merged. Did we, though? What version are they on? 14.9.1, and that was the one that I helped get out there, isn't it? Huh. We definitely had the banner in there. I wonder if that's a time zone thing. We definitely should have seen a banner advertising the workshop. I'll be honest, I didn't double check it myself in production recently enough. So that's a bummer. Let me switch back to release just to see. No. So I think we're dealing with time zones at that point. Which is fine, like... Yeah, I don't think you would see it anymore. The only way you might see it is if you set your clock back. Can we do that? Yeah, no worries, Apu. Well, I know the code got merged. I know we pushed out a release for it. I know it was working because I saw it in a bunch of places previously, but I'm not sure when it stopped working. And at this point, we hit the 1600 maybe without it? That is so weird to me. Yeah, like, I watched him merge it. I watched him make this release. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. Nothing's fucked here, dude. So weird to me, though. You're right. Oh my god. Duh. It's not in the README. It's only in the welcome. Ah, thank you. I was blowing it. Yeah, it's only in the welcome. right? So if we were to click, yeah, you're right. Touche. Thank you. I was completely forgetting it's not part of the README because you can't do that type of like JavaScript logic on the README, so we didn't do that. Thank you. My brain, it's like I'm drinking whiskey or something. I don't get it. It's the craziest thing. Hold on, we'll let the extensions launch. Yes, you're right. It was the welcome page. It was not on the README. For some reason, I was thinking it would be in the README. But it won't be. It definitely won't be. And we can even see the code that I wrote. Yeah, right? I thought we were dealing with date time issues. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we'll wait on the whiskey. I don't have extra water with me right now. But no, you're totally right. 1000% right. If I click this and I click this part and then open walkthrough and then open welcome, there it is, right? So this is, yeah, it's like many layers separated from what you'd see. But it's pretty much all that they would allow us to do. So, yeah, I'm actually willing to bet this did not have a major impact on driving registrations at this point. Which is fine. Still work I got paid to do. Okay, so we're going to close all of these things. I'm going to switch to a different branch. We're going to catch ourselves up with the main branch. And yeah, this is a bunch of setup. That we would not have to do because I've set my work machine up this way, but I'm getting to like the baseline that I needed here. So git checkout main, get remote dash v, yep, origin is not what we wanted. We wanted upstream. Get push origin main. And we should be good there. All right, so let me clear buffer a bit. So, we're about to get into presentation mode. I would say hold comments or, at least recognize that I might ignore comments as I'm working through this flow. And this is going to be my practice run for tomorrow, right? If you can do a presentation with whiskey, you can do it without. Let me add at least the last little bit of water I got. Actually got a little bit more water I can add from my water glass. Only a little. All right, so. Small sips. Y'all ready for it? I'm going to start the recording. That way I at least have a timer. I can just look at the time now. We're at 4:45 and 30 seconds into stream. Let's just say 4:46. Call it good. Scene. Here we go. Hey everyone, today I'm here to talk to you about onboarding onto a new project with GitLens and, how you can do that using a Jira task, etc. And yes, my phrasing is terrible right now. So, let's look at what we might do to look at a project first. Technically, let's look at the task first. When we look at this task, we see that we want to add another AI provider to be used, right? It'd be nice to be able to connect to a different, completely, currently unspecified provider for AI code stuff in GitLens. So that is what we're trying to do. Now, we are brand new to this project, at least as far as this workshop is concerned. And how do we actually figure out what tool or what files were modified? How do we look at any of this? So instead, what we might want to do is git short log -s-n. And when we do that, we see a list of all the people that have contributed to this, right? So if we're looking for the subject matter expert for the AI stuff, it's probably going to fall within those top 3 contributors because everyone else is way down the list. So with those top 3 contributors, we see Eric Amodio, Keith Dalton, and Ramin Tadian. Either one of them could be the AI person for this project, but my guess is it's going to be related to Eric. But how do we know? We have no idea. All we get is the name. It's sorted for us with the -s, and then the number of commits they've done. So that doesn't really give us everything we need. What if we wanted to do git log? Well, then we get a little bit more info about what's been changed, who's done it, right? Timeframes, etc. We can see every commit that's been made and all the, messages and descriptions for those, but it is deep and we could scroll for days. We could definitely use grep or other command line tools to actually find and filter for what we're looking for, but I don't have those memorized that well. I don't know if that many people here do have the grep arguments memorized that well. So instead, you might reach for something like git lg to help understand the project a bit better. And here with git lg, this is a command that is an alias to git log with a bunch of arguments tied to it. I forget what those are because I remember the place I go to grab that shortcut and I just paste it in. And we can get all of this data a little condensed more than the git log did for us. And technically, yeah, we might be able to find what we're looking for even quicker. Grep would probably help as well. But then if we wanted to look at what files were changed or other things that were changed, we'd have to actually click in and grab that, commit message or the commit hash. And then from there, start doing a whole bunch of other git commands to understand what happened with that git commit hash. And I don't have those memorized either. So I'd be wasting a bunch of time trying to look all this stuff up outside of just the task of getting started, right? So if you have these things memorized, more power to you. But most of us probably don't. I definitely don't. So instead, let's try and look at how we would do that with GitLens. So we're going to pop open GitLens itself. And the first thing we might reach for is the commit graph. You might recognize the commit graph already from what we're kind of seeing. It shows us a bunch of the branches and how these things relate to each other. I personally like to pop it out to the main window so I can get some more context and some more screen real estate to look at things. And now we have a much more visual view of what we're doing. We see how some branches have branched off, etc. And, working changes and other branches as well could be merged and looked at and visualized in a nice, clean way. Pretty cool, right? The part where this actually becomes extremely useful is that I can just search for OpenAI. And then once I do that, well, yeah, we see a whole bunch of things that might be related. So we see Eric Amodio 2 weeks ago, if I zoom out a bit, 2 weeks ago made a commit to add Gemini models to AI features. Well, that's cool. That's pretty awesome. We see that I've done a little bit to try and do like a custom model thing, but we'll ignore that for now. So then before that, what were some other commits that were made? Well, changes reset OpenAI key to just reset AI key, and that was 7 months ago. We see removes deprecated OpenAI models. We see relaxes OpenAI key validation. And, just for the most part, the person we see modifying these is Eric Amodio. So he is the subject matter expert for pretty much all of this stuff. So if we needed to ask someone questions about this, they are the person I would then send a message to, rather than spamming the rest of our team to figure that out. However, I think we can dig a bit deeper. Adding the newest OpenAI model support, or, let's go up and look at the Gemini commit. I think the Gemini commit is closer to what we're looking for because it's adding an entirely new provider to the list of things that we have. So we're going to look at this commit, right? And from here, right, we open details. And you can't see it right now due to how I have my stream set up. But now that I drag it over, you can see that, yes, Eric Amodio made this commit. It adds Gemini models to AI features, right? He has a little bit of a description for it too. One part we might try and look at, and, we might especially want to look at a specific file for this. We see that he created a file called GeminiProvider.ts. We also see OpenAIProvider.ts and AnthropicProvider.ts. So those are provider-specific files. So my guess, just looking at things and kind of getting a hunch, is that AI Provider Service is actually a class that these other classes probably inherit from. And that's just a guess, with a little bit of knowing ahead of time. And we can see that, yes, AI Provider, we have an interface, and then we have a class for it. Pretty cool. From there, if we look at Gemini Provider, it's a brand new file created within this commit, and it's showing us the diff of things as we click through the files in this commit details. And we can see that, yes, Gemini Provider implements AI Provider. So if we wanted to make our own, we could make other AI Provider. And we'll do that here in a sec, but I am a little curious, right? Looking at OpenAI Provider, what if we wanted someone to explain the changes in this commit, right? We can have AI do that using the tooling that we have right now already in place. I set my OpenAI key ahead of time, and now we're just going to let AI assist us in understanding because that commit message might not be as specific and verbose as we would like. It's definitely taking its time, isn't it? Well, sometimes the provider fails you. It happens. But hey, oh, nope, there it is. Just took some time, and here we go. This code update introduces 3 significant enhancements to GitLens's experimental AI features, targeting the inclusion of new AI models and the support for Google's Gemini models. Here's a concise overview of the changes and their implications. And we don't need to read all of the rest of it, but we're using the AI feature we already have built in, tied to OpenAI right now, to explain what this commit might actually be doing without, maybe a more verbose commit message. So that's another way that you can understand what some code was done in a repo without necessarily having that context just explicitly in there. So cool. We understand that we can explain it with AI. We can see that, yep, OpenAI Provider, Anthropic Provider, AI Provider Service. Let's look at AI Provider Service right here and maybe look at the file history for it. We can see all the commits that have happened for it. And yes, I know I'm covering it here on stream a bit, but I'm going to drag it over so you can see it. We can see every commit made to this file, right? And possibly the commit in which this file was created. And that's, annotated by the green versus just something modifying it. Pretty cool. Well, what if we wanted a visual file history instead? We can hide the file history and look at the visual file history, and we could even pop it out to the main window if that's more useful. So once we have this main window popped open, we can see more like what the impactful commits for this were. And this is just past 3 months. If we look at the full history, we get a broader scope. And from there, right, and yes, I know some of it's cut off here on stream, sorry. We can see like which impactful commits have happened over the process, and Eric Amodio is the subject matter expert for all of these. But we can kind of see like the additions and deletions to these files in a visual way rather than having to inspect every commit for it. So I think we've got enough context here. We understand what we're doing. What I probably want to do now is actually create a commit. So from here, we know that OpenAI provider is the thing we want. And that is over here in our source code. It's opened up a bit. Let me navigate to it. We see OpenAI provider. What I want to do probably is just copy and paste this file, right? Because we want something that is probably OpenAI-like. And then we want to maybe rename it. And hold on, y'all can't see that at the moment. We're going to call it other AI or other provider for now. So we're not going to bore you with the details of making all of the commits that are absolutely necessary, but at the bare minimum, within this file, we should probably replace the word OpenAI with other AI. Boom, right? Nailed it. Replace that. Cool. But hold on, I messed up. We want to probably make that case specific. Then we replace 5 things. So now, if we go back to the top, we can do OpenAI with the capitalization we care about. And replace those 17 instances. And we're going to just say that, hey, there we go. We've done the commit. Because I don't want to bore you with the actual implementation details of this. I want to show you the process around that implementation. So now that we've made this file, we've got other provider. We probably want to start committing our changes. Well, what does that look like? And pretend that all of these like red squiggles don't exist, because we're not trying to solve everything about the development process here. We're trying to solve the onboarding process. So what we do next then is we pop open our source control tab. And at this point, we should be seeing the file that I created here in the source control tab, but we're not seeing it because reasons. And instead, what we can maybe do is look at git lens here. Nope, not this part. So this is like the headache of doing demos live. This worked 100% with every project I've done. Right now, we're running into issues, and that's tricky. So maybe we want to stop inspecting the commit we're on. We've got this file. I probably want to add it. And yeah, this is the hiccup that I'm really hoping doesn't happen live on stream tomorrow. For some reason, this thing isn't working. I just want to try and reload and restart the extension host because I think the source control tab is actually a little wonky at the moment. And there we go. So yeah, VS Code sometimes doesn't work exactly as we would expect. But here we go. We got it. And I can see that we've made changes by adding this other provider file. So I'm going to simply add that to our stage changes. And this is where we get to use the existing AI functionality. We can have it explain those changes. But first, before I do anything, I probably want to create a new branch. So what we're going to do here is create branch. And the name of that branch is going to be something like GLW1, which is related to our Jira issue that we just had created recently. So GLW1, create and switch to branch. There we go. Now that we're on this new branch, we've got this file staged, and we can make a commit. So I probably want to go and use the, command palette to generate a commit message. And let's see how well it does in predicting what the name of this commit message should be. So it looks like Added support for other AI code assistants. Introduced a new AI provider, Other AI, with a comprehensive set of GPT-4 and GPT 3.5 models, and it describes all sorts of stuff for us. Pretty cool. But I also want to make sure that we're getting this linked up to the stuff we have in Jira. So I add the ticket number here. And there may be other ways of doing this. I haven't experimented with that as much. Keep that in mind. But in general, we can give it this prefix and we're good to go. And then we're going to do a commit. So we commit that to our new branch. Now that we've got that branch committed to, we probably want to publish it. When we publish that branch, we'll do it to our origin, right? Just for our own sake. We don't need Visual Studio Code to do Git fetching. That was something they asked me for. And we've got that made now. We've got that whole thing. So if we were to then go and look at GitLens here, we've made the branch. And hold on, let me look at source control. One thing we might want to do is create the, we published the branch, but did we create a pull request for it? So let's do this, right? Open associated pull request with GitLens. We hit enter. No pull request associated with 8D1D. So instead, we might want to push that up, publish the branch to origin. And then here we get a notification to create pull request. So we'll click that. We'll do it on the origin. And bam, it pops it open for us. No big deal. I also maybe want to do GLW-1 here, just in case. We create the pull request. It's made. And now that we're over here, we can look at, maybe the Launchpad. Or let's say Focus View. One way I know to get to it, and keep in mind, like, there are so many ways of doing things here within GitLens and VS Code in general that you shouldn't feel bad about not necessarily knowing which thing's which. And it turns out I am still on the release version of GitLens rather than the pre-release. Pre-release, we now call it Launchpad. That'll be something coming on May 7th in just a week or so. But we can click Focus View, and we can see that, yeah, we've got this PR made. Add support for custom model to OpenAI settings. So there you go. There you have it. That was a workflow of understanding our project, looking at what's happened, and who might be the subject matter expert to reach out to, etc. We were able to make a PR and make some changes to that PR and publish them, and now we can see them within our Focus View or in the future within Launchpad. So I hope you enjoyed this process. I hope you understood just how you could onboard into a brand new project in a clean and quick and easy way. Thank you. All right, so if we look at the timing, that was about 18 minutes. That's dead on balls accurate. With the hiccups, maybe we're looking at 15 minutes, but adding some of that stuff, really worthwhile. So I think we're good there. One thing I forgot to keep doing there is that we can also pop open some of this stuff for, the bottom part here. And if we look at maybe some of the things that have been run in the terminal for us, well, no, we didn't see that because I messed that part up. So that is one thing I might want to try and add into the flow. And yeah, we're done with like the spiel. That was a pretty good practice run, though. I think I added enough context to things that was good. I did not necessarily dig into, like if we're making a new branch, right? Let's go over to source control. And here on branches, let's add a new one, right? GL1 new, right? Create new branch and switch. Ooh, and that is not quite what I was looking for. I did not want the commit graph or the details there. Yeah, so my ability to inspect what we're doing is not as good. If we go look at the output of GitLens, Here we go. That's what I was looking for. We can actually start to see all of the commands that getlens has run. So yeah, from the start of getlens activating, we can see that we did a get ls tree, right? We did a get ls tree again. Get ls tree is going to be really common for visualizing things, right? It's like list tree. But we also ended up creating a new commit, right? We ended up doing a log-z. We ended up so if you're curious about some of the things that are happening under the hood for you as getlens is doing these things, and you want to understand some of the commands you have available, you can actually see that getlens is running actual git commands under the hood for you. So here, when we switch to that new branch, this is that command that was run for us. You don't probably need all of those arguments, right? Such as quote path or color UI or whatever. But being able to switch out to a new branch is checkout-b. Now, you could also use the branch command, and there's other stuff. But being able to see what's being done for you is also just a nice way of learning. So, how do we all feel about that run-through? I think what I want to do is not shout out the output from the start. I think at the end, after I've done everything, I want to go in and show off the output from what we've done. Was that pretty good, though? How do we feel about that flow? I think we're at about 15 to 20 minutes, which is really all I was trying to get out of it. And I think we killed it. That would be pretty nifty. Yeah, if there was a way to yeah, I like that idea, right? Toggle on a hey, always show the command output and let us walk through as you're clicking things, what is happening under the hood. That could be cool. But how do you feel about the general flow? Does it seem like I skipped over things? Does it seem like there wasn't enough there? Or did that actually give you a whole bunch of insight into the project? And I know that I'm covering up a major portion of my screen that would not be covered up during the actual workshop. So I'm sorry about that. Some things I thought you could see were not visible. But how did that workflow feel? Is there anything else you'd like to see? So, I mean, maybe talented you got here late. But I disagree that you could do this part quicker. Right? And the part I'm talking about is if I go to get lens, yeah, you got here late. So the part you missed was I totally did a flow of get short log dash s dash n. I then did a get log, and then I did the alias of get log to get lg, which is what you end up seeing here, right? The key is if you wanted to do all of this discovery from the command line, there's a lot of stuff you'd have to have memorized. So as an example, if I wanted to figure out who the subject matter expert is, and not commit details, sorry, who the subject matter expert is for OpenAI or AI stuff in general for this project, I would fire up the commit graph and I would search through it. So then OpenAI. And then I could see every commit related to OpenAI. And I could step through them and see various things like that. Yeah, so you got here a bit late. The main gist is if you wanted to search through your commit log like this, you'd have to have grep massively memorized, right? Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. You could do it. I'm not saying you can't, but the amount of people that are going to have those things memorized is a very small subset of people, right? And having to look up the manual commands to figure that stuff out is just extra time you're wasting not doing the thing you set out to do. It's yak shaving. So the idea is that you can save yourself some of that yak shaving by simply using the commit graph instead. From there, yeah, creating the branch and like making a commit and publishing it and doing all that, yeah, dude, I use the command line for all of that shit. Yeah, there you go, Sergeant Pepper, for sure. So yeah, I get it, talented. You came in at the part where like, yeah, I would actually personally use the command line for that stuff too. But I could not use the command line to do this discovery. So at the bare minimum, the discovery is the important part. Talented, there's no such thing as quickly pulling down the Linux kernel. You realize it's 3.6 gigabytes? Only 1.6 is source code? The rest is Git history? There's no quickly pulling down the Linux kernel. Doesn't exist. My poor Mac Mini would jump out the window. Like, it would grow legs and jump out the window before actually doing that. No, I get it, but it's like, dude, it would take a while to download. It would take a while for my poor Mac Mini to search 2 gigabytes worth of Git history. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not going to put my poor Mac Mini through that. It deserves better. And Vicente, so GitK at most. I've never used GitK myself, so I'm not familiar. Does GitK help you solve some of these problems? Right? Could you do that, like, searching and filtering easily? If so, that's really awesome. I didn't know about that. So yeah, any other feedback people want to give? I just wanted to make sure that I did the workflow at least one more time. I'm going to be doing it again tomorrow before the thing. And also, like, yeah, I'll be doing it tomorrow for the main thing. If anyone wants to see me do this live, we'll do it live. Right? You can go register for the workshop and let me know. So yeah, GitK is installed automatically on Windows. It is not installed automatically on Macs. Mainly because I know this for a fact. OhmyZish sets up an alias for GK to GitK, but it's just not there by default on a Mac. So I haven't used it before. So I'm not familiar. I just know that I've run into that error because we have gitkraken CLI, which registers to GK, but OhmyZish interferes with that. So yeah, anyone got any feedback about what I just did as a flow? If you got here late, I'm sorry. But yeah, the main gist is onboarding onto a new project and trying to be as productive as quickly as possible without necessarily needing to hit up a subject matter expert. A SME, if you will. I feel like that went really well. Even the hiccups I had would be understandable in front of a live audience, which I don't even think we'd have those hiccups on my work machine. For some reason, my VS Code just borked a little bit. Can we find the most blamed people easily? I mean, so talented, like realistically, yeah, you missed the part where we looked at that. If I were to inspect the details of this commit, right? Open details. We've got it over here on the side. We might see what files were modified in here, such as AI provider service. And then within this file, we might do something like a visual file history. And we can see what the most impactful changes to this file were, right? Over the past 3 months, or just the full history of the file. Things like that. And then you just, yeah, right? Nice, easy visuals for things that you could definitely do on your own with the Git command line, but who has that memorized? Nobody. So yeah, like, technically, this is what you were looking for, right? If I wanted to blame someone in this file, yeah, we'd totally look at that. So yeah, I think we got a good workflow there. I might have missed over the part of doing like the inline blame, but I feel like inline blame and the gutter stuff is like the obvious part of GitLens, whereas these other things are less known. It is great. Yeah, it's a really good tool. Erica Modio, right, who wrote GitLens, who is the subject matter expert for this AI stuff, he's my CTO. He works at GitKraken. And he's super cool. And humble, too, right? He's a smart enough dude that he knows he can't know everything. The other day, when we were talking about, like, yeah, they're, like, if you look here, visual file history with the sparkles there, that's actually being replaced with a pro icon, right? And the pro icon, they were like, yeah, we'd like to make it less yelly because it was the same file size as what you see as, same font size as visual file history there. He's like, yeah, we'd like to make it less yelly. Not sure how we do that because they can't style these things, right? This is just text that they're allowed to do for these tabs. I pointed out that he could totally do like super text, right? Or superscript is the name for it, right? Which is like the words above. Or technically they went with subscript and it's just like a smaller pro. But he didn't know that about like that you could do that with Unicode. And he wasn't a dick about it. He wasn't defensive about it. He was like super cool. Like, oh, well, I didn't know we could. And then during the meeting in which I shouted it out, he already worked up an implementation of like showing it off and it looked great. It looked fantastic. So I had some insight into some changes to the project, right? If we switch over, ooh, hold on, wait, really? I'm on pre-release. Let me just restart real quick. Restart the extension host. Okay, I'm not sure why I'm still seeing that. We don't see the pro thing in there right now. I swear I saw the pro thing in my pre-release on my work machine. So I don't know what's going on anymore. Fuck it. Whatever. No big deal. Whatever. I don't know. We're doing it live. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. I'm still proud of it. I think, yeah, did a pretty good job. Y'all got a quick sneak peek of what I'll be doing live tomorrow. Ooh, you're right. That's a bug. I don't know how that bug happened, but that's a bug. I think my VS Code is just cursed right now. But here's something interesting, and something I forgot to shout out, and I need to shout out the Jira part. Right, so if we go open details. Ooh, the auto links aren't working either. Right? So technically I needed to configure auto links over here, and I messed that part up. So that would be glw dash. Yeah, good call. I have this set up on the work machine, but I messed that up. So if I reload that, boom. All right, yeah. So that part will work during the thing, right? I got to make sure I call out the auto link after we've created it. So yeah, Hideo. Yeah, thank you. Hey, how you doing, Hideo? Man, good to see you. I feel like it's been a while. So yeah, auto links here, right? If we name it properly, we do the GL1 thing and all that stuff, we can get the link back to it from right within our editor. That was something I forgot to call out as well. So yeah, I need to update my notes to remind myself to not mess that part up. I've definitely been getting you and another person confused multiple times. Because correct me if I'm wrong, you're regular in Adam Learns Live, like his stream, right? Shot command to like, yeah. Exactly. There's someone else who does a blue name that starts with an H that I've been mixing up with you a bunch of times. Right? They come in, they chat, and I'm like, oh, hey, yeah, how's Adam doing? Who? So, yeah, that's my bad. That's totally my bad. Yeah, do you still maintain that, what's the chat thing? Chatterino? Do you still maintain Chatterino? You got a great preview. Yeah, for sure. If you want to see it live tomorrow, again, here's the link for anyone else that wants to join. The more people that sign up, the better it looks for me. The more people that show up, also, the better it looks for me. We set the record for the people registered for our workshop. 1,640 people registered. It's pretty awesome. Could be higher, though. Wink, wink. But okay, yeah, I'm really happy with how that went. I should probably be ending stream so I can get some food in my belly, because I got the whiskey in me. And I got to use the restroom anyway. Yeah, I'm really happy with how that practice run went. Yeah, like I didn't even look at my notes. I have notes on my phone that aren't even that valuable. I don't think I'm doing any editing tonight. So it's gaming night. Yeah, no worries. It'll be live tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern time. What am I going to eat? I'm thinking about some shrimp scampi. It's not necessarily healthy, but it's delicious. Yeah, I'm really thinking some shrimp scampi sounds pretty good. So yeah, gaming stream tonight. Probably no editing. Yeah, just prepping for the live thing tomorrow. Yeah, this was good. So let's figure out who we go raid, because I want food in my belly. Coppinger? Oh, he's great. We've rated him pretty recently. Let me double check and see if there's anyone else. I see Coding with Strangers. Ooh, I see Nikwan Datasci with only like 3 people. Coppinger's pretty great, though. Wow, he changed his setup quite a bit. "31-day stream, we'll have plenty of time to rate him." What do we think about someone new? See a lot of game dev. I see a lot of different languages, like other than English. Hannylicious? Brand new stream? Let's do it. Brand new stream? Person I've never rated before? Yeah, that seems cool. Right? We've rated the Coppinger within the past week for sure. Right? And he's streaming for 31 days straight. We'll have time to rate him again. But instead, let's try and rate someone we've never rated before. Did I spell their name right? I did. All right. So yeah, we're going to raid someone named Hannylicious. They're doing some Django, Python, software as a service stuff. They look like they're a little bit in like hangout mode, which sounds pretty good for us, right? So yeah, let's go see what's up. People on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. I'll see you again soon. Have a good night. And people